Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Srinaku, you know how this one works? Oh, it's working. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Nama Om Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschat Desha Tarine Namaste Jai Prabhupada Thakur Shunyavadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga Nitai Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga Nitai Gaura Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Gauranga Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you. Krishna, Krishna, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kala Chandra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Jai Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Jai Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jai Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jai Gauranitai Gauranitai. Oh Gauranitai, Gauranitai. Oh Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur, Haribo. Nitai Gauranga. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jai Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Jai Gaur Premanande.
Saraswati Thakur ki jai. Nata Bodhi Vaishnavi ki jai. Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Rimsakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Go Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Kirti Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Dham ki jai. Haridas Thakur ki jai. All glories to the Son of devotees, all glories to the Son of devotees, all glories to the Son of devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga.
I can't sit on the other. Yeah, it's too soft for me. Jai. Jai. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhascha Kripasindubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha. Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalasanji ki Jai. Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai. So this is a little embarrassing. I had planned that I would just speak about this online through WhatsApp, but my authorities and others, my comrades, you might say, or partners in crime, felt that we should actually do a live program like this and record it on YouTube and have people come on Zoom also and ask any questions they would want to. And I'm sure all of you are as surprised as I am about this program, in a sense that I hadn't figured that this is how things will happen, but the way they're happening is actually correct. I just want to give you a little bit of a history so you understand what has happened and what has brought it to the situation it is in now. When I first came to the US, I was actually asked to come to the US against my will, actually. I was told that I would not be Gurudev's disciple if I didn't come. And I was given that straight, and Mother Manjuwali, I remember, argued with him, and she chased him out of his room. He chased her out of the room. And before doing that, he actually said to her, "What, I can give him sannyas, then what will happen to you?" You know? And she was like, "Yeah, give him sannyas. I'd rather you give him sannyas." You know? It was quite a heated exchange we had. Anyway, he chased her out of the room, and that night he told me, this was in Mayapur, and you know, we had his room in Mayapur, and he told me, "You have tonight to convince her, and if you don't convince her, don't come back. If I don't see you tomorrow morning, I know you. You're a free man, you can do whatever you like." And all night I was trying to convince her. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I think she got a little tired, and she agreed to come to the US. Then it became a question of where in the US. I preferred Los Angeles, because I'd been coming to Los Angeles, and I sort of liked Los Angeles. I didn't know much about Dallas at all, actually, at that time. Anyway, so he said, "No, you got Dallas or Houston." I came to Dallas first, then I went to Houston, and I felt Dallas is better. I'd rather be in Dallas. Not because of any other reason. Houston was a very good temple, but it's just they were pretty much all Gujaratis at that time, and any of you know Houston at that time. This is 1993. There was a very strong contingent of Gujaratis, and being a Gujarati, I didn't want to be competing with others, you know. I wanted to be a little bit of a, you know, person that was a little unique, so people give some respect for a person, right? If you're like everybody else, if you're just a Smith among Smiths, I mean, who cares, right? You know? So that's how I ended up in Dallas. And then he wanted me to be temple president. I took a vow in my life, I will never be temple president in my life, because I didn't want to be a lightning rod, you know. And I had heard very young in my life that if you offend a devotee, you can't go back to Godhead. And tell me a temple president who doesn't offend devotees. It's not possible, right? You're going to offend somebody. So anyway, again, he gave me the same choice. Well, you be temple president or you be my disciple. And that happened at Mother Guru Bhakti's house. I didn't even want to visit him in Dallas, so he asked me to come to Houston. That's where he told me that. Anyway, so when he came back to Dallas, we made a deal that I wanted to be temple president for 5 years. He wanted 10 years. Yeah, I wouldn't agree, so he gave me a carrot. He said, "Well, in 10 years, 2009, I'm planning on going to Mayapur, and either at Mayapur or Kolkata, we'll set up a university, and you can be my secretary for life after that." So that was a huge carrot for me. Who doesn't want to be with their spiritual master all the time, right? So it was a huge carrot. So the stick was temple presidency, and the carrot was that I would get to be his secretary after 10 years. Anyway, as fate would have it, and as Radha Kalachandji determined, Gurudev left 2 years after I became temple president. So I still had the stick but no carrot. So I was like Bugs Bunny without the carrot, you know. No power to Bugs Bunny without the carrot, right? Anyway, so that's what happened. In 2009, I actually told everybody, I'm resigning. At that time, I told Giriraj Maharaj as well. He said, I'll find somebody. He actually spoke to Kalkanta Prabhu and some others. Kalkanta Prabhu didn't want to be temple president in Dallas. He had an idea at that time he wanted to spend half the year in Canada and half the year in the US. So he had a very strong plan of his own. Dallas was not on that plan. So, then some others were asked, but nobody agreed. And so he said, well, just hang on, we'll find somebody. And time kept going, I kept asking him. So finally, it was actually Mother Padma who said, well, why don't you just hang on till 2020? By then we'll find somebody. Then 2020 came, and you know what happened then, right? A pandemic happened. And so that got extended. And the reason I was really pushing was because the day I got initiated, my spiritual master asked me, he actually gave me an instruction. He wanted me to set up a full-blown university. It's not easy to set up. At that time I was in business, doing quite well, and he felt like I had the capacity. Anyway, he had been told by Srila Prabhupada that that's very important, that we have a proper education system from cradle to grave. And if you don't have a proper university of your own, nobody really gives you much respect. So please do that. Anyway, long story short, I was thinking that way back in 1983 I got an instruction. So I was thinking, well, 1993 I'll get started. Didn't happen. 2003 didn't happen. 2013 didn't happen. This year I thought, this is it. If I don't resign, if I don't give up my temple presidency, I will die being temple president of Dallas. Because nobody will step up. They'll say, oh, he's doing a pretty good job, or even if he's not doing a great job, he's doing half a decent job. Why do we need to change him out, right? And who would want to step up and say, well, I think I'm better than Nityananda? You know what I mean? Even if they are 10 times better, 100 times better, nobody will step up like that. So I thought the best thing to do is to say, I'm resigning. And then what happened, coincidentally, Kalkanta Prabhu visited Dallas at the time. It was his Vyas Puja and Sadhu Sangha was going to happen. We had a meeting between the Maharajas and him and I. And at that time they asked me, what do you think about succession plan? Because, really, you should have a succession plan. Succession plan is not that the temple president dies and then you have another temple president. That's not succession. So I told them that, look, I had been planning to resign, I reminded Giriraj Maharaj also about that, and I'm ready, but so at the time Kalkanta Prabhu felt that unless you shock the community is not going to take it serious. You're going to have to shock them. You're going to have to tell them, I'm sorry, I'm resigned. That's it. Now please find somebody, and said that's what it's going to take to really get everybody thinking, oh yeah, we should have another temple president now. And whatever else that comes out of it, because when you do things like that, when you do something all of a sudden like that, a lot of people start thinking, right? What's going to happen? Who's going to be doing what? This, that, why did it happen? Maybe it was this reason, maybe it was that reason, but at least we're thinking now. Everything starts with thinking, right? If you don't think about it, it's never going to happen. So, and it actually happened. When I sort of decided it was going to happen, first thing was the temple council was really mad at me. How can you just do that? That's irresponsible. You can't just do that. You have to give us time. We need, somebody. We're going to fix somebody. And they were right. It does take time, I understand that. But I also understood that the members of our temple council and all of you here as devotees, many of you have done leadership, are in leadership roles, are very, very capable of taking care of the temple. And I'm 70 years age now. I'm just about ready there now. In a few months I'll be there. When am I going to start doing my service that my spiritual master asked me to do? He had told me 2009. This is 2023, So I felt like, anybody can die at any time, and especially, in America they say the age for male is what, 72? I think 72. For males it's 72, and I think for Matajis it's 78 or something like that. And, they're more pious than the men are, so they get more time. Well, I don't know if it's the other way around. It could be the other way around, depending on what do you think of your life. But anyway, so I'm thinking I'm going to have many years to go, and you've got to set up a university. It's not easy. I've done a whole research about it, worked it out, everything. Really talked to real experts. Today, if you had to set it up, it would be a minimum of $500 million to set up a university. And for me, it's not going to happen in a few years. It's going to take 10 years. If you look at 10 years, the projection is $1.5 billion. That's 15 times bigger than the TOVP. if you want to size it to what it is, you know what I'm saying? So it's very big exercise. It's not easy to do. For the last 6 months, I've been working on it. Devotees like Nanda Braj Prabhu have come to my home and seen stacks and stacks and stacks of notebooks, making notes and talking to people. He's seen some of the programs I've actually gone on, right, to hear people. And these people are really good. I mean, these people are so good. The last Zoom program I attended, like we have, how many people do we have on Zoom right now? It doesn't show the number there right now. 18? 18 people on Zoom, okay. The last Zoom program I attended with them, they had 2.4 million students on one Zoom call. Now you can't imagine what that number is. And the average, and again, Nanda Braj Prabhu knows this, the average each person is paying is $1,500. That's $3.6 billion. Do you know where education is going in the future? Education is changing. People are fed up of this whole education system that we have right now. We've been calling it a slaughterhouse for how long, right? For donkey's years. But now, those who are in that field of education also feel the same way. Students are walking out with debts. They don't have a proper job. And when they have a job, they drop out of the job. They feel, I'm not going to work like this. They're finding it hard to get Gen Z to stay on jobs. So the system is changing. This is a good time for us to get into education and affect it in a way that'll be the future of this world, that it'll work out on the basis of Srila Prabhupada and his teachings, the life and teachings of Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada had actually told Tamal Krishna Goswami that the university should teach everything so that they don't feel like, we are one-trick ponies, that we only know about one thing, we don't know anything about anything else. You should teach everything, but have a central school that's called the School of Srila Prabhupada, where his life and teachings permeate all the things that we teach at that university, but you teach everything and to everybody, not just. So you can see it's a big task, and I will need all the blessings and help I can. We've got to form teams, and until those teams form, nothing's going to happen, first of all, because, you've got to get things together. And the good news is yesterday, I found an attorney in India, a very, very powerful attorney in India, who's agreed to become our attorney now, international attorney. She already does work internationally as an attorney and very well known around the world as a lead attorney. And she's agreed now to do this for us, to be the attorney for our university, so that things are done properly, legally, this, that, and the other. So Krishna is actually sending people, and I have others as well. I just want to tell you one story because this will tell you how important this is. And I've been already talking about this for a number of months. Again, Nanda Braj Prabhu knows a lot because he's been on some of those calls when I've been on calls. One of them is a professor at UNT here, and he's also a professor in Hawaii. And he's only one of two professors in America up to PhD level that teach the theory of light. The theory of light. It's not an easy subject to talk about. And he also teaches math at that level. And he became so affected by the methodology that we gave and, how you should have Krishna in your life. The first point in it is what you call added hearts, which means you should add Krishna's heart to your heart, because Krishna is already in our hearts. But understand that Krishna is in your heart and be with Krishna, because you cannot be successful in this world unless Krishna is with you. So that's the first tenet of the whole program. So you can imagine, right, how this program will really lead people to come to love God, and love of God will become the center of their lives. He became so affected. This gentleman is today chanting 32 rounds a day. We struggle to chant 16 rounds. He's chanting 32 rounds a day. He got a Bhagavatam set from me, and he reads Bhagavatam every day. He's on the 3rd canto right now. I mean, talk about what education can do, And by the way, I'm, you know me, I'm a little bit of a crazy person. So, I've been telling people that this education system is based on 3 things: chanting, feasting, and dancing. And a lot of people, when they hear it for the first time, they think, what? How is that education, And yet, if you think about it, the center of our philosophy is chanting, feasting, and dancing, And it's different, right? And people are looking for something different now. It's the same thing, but this has been added on into it. So this is what's happening, and this is why. And I'm not sort of just leaving the community. I can't leave this community. Rather, Kalchanji, my life and soul. All of you are my life and soul. I've been with you now, how many years? 30 years. I came here on January 3rd, June 6th, 1993. That's the day I arrived here. And the day I arrived, we started the Dallas Youth Forum. Some of you might remember the Dallas Youth Forum. That very day we started that program. Amazingly, June 6th this year was the same Tithi, which means on the moon calendar, it also matched the sun calendar on the same day. I mean, that's unusual, right? So I took it as a great sign to resign, but the next day was Gurudev's Vyasa Puja. If I resigned the day before, then the Vyasa Puja might be about me, They might say, oh, Nityananda this, Nityananda that. And really, the Vyasa Puja is about Gurudev, right? I didn't want anybody to talk about me. Let's talk about Gurudev, So that's what we did on June the 7th. And on June the 8th, my plan was to put information on WhatsApp and on Telegram. Temple Council said, no way, Jose, you're not going to do that. Thank you very much. We're going to have a program and you're going to talk about it. And I'm sorry, but you're going to have to explain. So this is why we've ended up here with this program. So any of you who feel like, why is this happening? It's happening for a very good reason. And we have amazing, amazing, amazing devotees here who can do amazing, amazing, amazing things, who are already doing amazing, amazing things. I hardly do anything, right? I just take the credit for everybody's hard work. That's basically what I do. So, in that sense, you can see there are people who are ready to take, we've got new programs starting here. So many wonderful things happening. And I see it that there'll be other centers also opening up. A lot of young devotees are thinking of doing other centers as well. But, Kalachanji will always be the mother temple. This is the temple. And, no one's going to be able to find a deity that's as old as Kalachanji, right? You've got no competition. Kalachanji is the best. And Radharani is the bestest. Whatever you want to call it. In President George Bush speak, right? Just add your own word, make your own word, right? And explain it. Maharaj says he does it all the time. So anyway, that's what it's all about. And so, I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. Of course, I'll be focusing a lot on this program, the education program. And so you won't see me around much. But I'll come for darshan once in a while. I mean, in the day, every day, once a day. But sometime, whenever I feel like I can just pop out and do this. As it is, the 30 students I have are from 11 different countries right now. And so, we're dealing across the world, different time zones, so you can imagine. Sometimes I'm up very late at night or wake up very early in the morning or whatever. I've got to regulate myself so my health doesn't go bad. So those challenges are there. And, all of you are doing just wonderfully. All I can say is I am blessed to be amongst you all. I'm really honored to have served you in any way, and I will continue to serve you in any way you deem me. I'm serving at your lotus feet. You can just order me and tell me. The only thing is, I may not be so available because of the time constraints, but nothing other than that. I mean, I wish I could just multiply myself and just do what you want me to do all day long. You know what I'm saying? But I have the instruction of the spiritual master. I have to follow that. Prabhupada said that is the most important thing. Vyasat buddhi ekeha kurunandana. We have to follow a specific instruction by the spiritual master. And Prabhupada very much wanted it. There are many people who are now doing education in ISKCON, and we're talking to one another. We're not all competing with one another. We're sort of taking advantage of each other's methodologies and doing what we have to do based on what the spiritual master advised us. And that's how it's proceeding. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask now Maharaj to say something so that I can have some cover.
Maybe ask for some questions.
I will, but after you speak, Maharaj.
What am I supposed to say?
I don't know.
Well, I can say something you won't like.
It's all right. Oh, no, please. No glorification. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I think we give a little round of applause for Nityananda and our... That was just the first one. As Nityananda Prabhu mentioned, we had a meeting upstairs in Gurudev's quarters with His Holiness Giriraj Swami, His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu, myself, and Nityananda. we're discussing so many things that are necessary in our society, and this whole thing kind of like fell into Nityananda's hand, because it was just, the conversation was just going, and then it ended up on succession. And Nityananda Prabhu said, I'm in for succession because I need to do my educational program, and it's very difficult in the sense that the type of work or the type of service that Nityananda Prabhu wants to do takes a very focused, you have to be very, very focused. Ekeha Kudanandana, we all know that verse, single-mindedness. That's how Arjuna got the bird out of the tree. Remember this story? You know the story from the Mahabharata, where, of course, Duryodhana wanted to be the first one to try. He didn't even get to string a bow, because he was too arrogant. What was it? Dronacharya said, do you see me? Yes. Sit down. Finally, they asked Arjuna, you see me? No. You see the tree? No. You see your brothers? No. What do you see? Only the bird. Ekeha Kudananda, one-minded intelligence. So this is what Nityananda proposed to us that night, is that he be allowed to focus on, as he says, the instruction, practically the prime instruction that His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj had given him. And something that's, when you've been given an instruction directly by your spiritual master, it can fester in the back of the mind. It can just sit there. Especially when your mind is in the front not doing it, right? It can just sit there. And it pushes and pushes. And then when you see that every time you turn around, there's another, I don't want to call it impediment, but another opportunity to not do that instruction, right? Or impediment for doing that instruction. All in with a sense of duty to the community, all in the sense of duty to this temple. And so just imagine, here's a person that's quite qualified in many ways. Gurudev gave him that instruction. First of all, he must have had the sense that he was able to follow that instruction. And in as much as we take the instruction of the spiritual master, we're empowered to follow that instruction. In as much as we literally reside within that instruction, the potential to fulfill that instruction manifests more and more as we dive deeply into that instruction. So basically, this is what I've been talking to Nityananda so much. I'm starting to say basically. So what it turned out is that of course he wanted to send out a WhatsApp message, and I said, Nityananda, this is your family. You just can't send out a note via social media. I'm resigning. I said we have to have a soft landing. And he agreed. The thing that was impressive was that especially the meetings that we had with Nityananda, Giriraj Maharaj, and Kalakanta were very, very, open. And his participation was, very accommodating to everything that we were trying to achieve. And in my conversations with him, of course, did you mention the council got mad at you? You said your council was upset with you. Oh, yeah. But whenever I would speak to him, he was very, very, what would you call it? Submissive. Submissive in the sense that somehow or another, His Holiness Giriraj Swami and myself, Kesha Bharati Maharaj and Giridhari Swami, were always out of the country now, but we were given the service of being the spiritual advisors for this community and Houston on behalf of Gurudev. Actually, one time when it's a long story for the whole scenario, but I finally got to London on a round-the-world ticket. And because I called them, I said, is it okay if I go to Hong Kong and Asia, your zone, because I bought a round-the-world ticket? And the first thing he said, how much you pay? And it was very inexpensive. I got 29 stops for $2,200 in business class. 29 stops. And the lady at KLM said, I've never seen anybody do this before. And I said, well, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So anyway, on my first, he said, yes, please, please, please go. He said, how much luggage do you have? Of course, he wanted me to take two big, he said, can you bring some books? And I said, sure. All I have is a carry-on and a backpack. I mean, a school backpack. So I took two 32 kgs bags of books to him from India to study in Cambridge. This is kind of getting off the topic. But he said, when you're traveling, can you please find out if there's any of my disciples there, and please try to encourage them. Because now he didn't use the word stuck, he said, now I'm engaged in my university studies, and I'm unable to travel and to give the care that I want to give to my disciples. So if he's had some type of relationship with me, and or some kind of trust that developed even before I came to be his nurse for several months. And so after his departure, and when we were requested by the Texas zone to take on that service of being the spiritual advisors for the temple president and the temple council, we all agreed immediately. And so that's our story in one sense for, what would you say, advising Nityananda Prabhu and the temple council. A lot of times we get things that come up that are very challenging to our temple. We all know some of the challenges that we experience, and the fact that we're all working together as one team is very, very important. And one team doesn't mean it's like one tree. One tree has a trunk, but it also has many branches. And sometimes the branches try to get more sunshine than the other branch, whatever. A little bit of like challenge in those things. But that challenge is always there. But if we have the unity of thought, that we're here to serve Krishna, we're here to serve Guru, we're here to serve Prabhupada and our mission that Srila Prabhupada has given us, that somehow or another we always work things out. And my experience has been generally that Krishna blesses and Guru blesses these attempts. And as much as we yayatamam prapajante, as much as we surrender, as much as we try to move forward in our actions to please Krishna and to please the spiritual master, that these things can manifest quite nicely. So that was my experience, and it's been my experience. Been quite a week, yeah, going back and forth. Very enlivening. I ended up having dinner over there twice, which was very good for me. And now we're going to make a little announcement. We don't know the exact date, but we're going to do a retirement celebration party here at what do they call that? The cultural hall? Community hall. And we'll all get a chance to express our appreciation of Nityananda Prabhu. This is something that he didn't want. This was the last thing he wanted. But he's going to do it. And so we'll all have a chance. Agreed?
What can I do? You got my hands cuffed.
Yeah.
My spiritual master says something, so there's no choice.
That's good. And because this is a celebration. I remember as soon as, practically speaking, before we even discussed this in our meeting upstairs in Gurudev's quarters, the devotees were already talking about it. We don't know how that happened. And as soon as it came out, we thought, okay, we'll keep this under lock. And more people knew about it. It's like, what do they say? Want to get some information, not just tell one devotee. And the whole world will know. Chinese whisper. Chinese whisper, yeah, tiny whisper, okay. So telegraph, telemarketer or something. So anyway, Nityananda just agreed that we'll have this celebration. The date will be announced. Mathuranath this morning called me up, or did I call you up? Anyway, whatever way it was. He said we really have to have this celebration. The council really wants to have this celebration. Because, when the news first hit, everybody goes, what is, like Nityananda said, was he kicked out? Was he kicked in? Was he jumped out? I mean, there's so many things the mind can tell you. And I said we have to have this meeting, or have to have this explanation so everybody knows. This is a soft landing for Nityananda Prabhu. And it's a great opportunity for all the devotees in this community to step forward and say, what can I do to help? You don't say, the way to say it is, the way not to say it is, if you need something, what can I do? That if diminishes the potency of what can I do. If you say, if you need anything, well, that means you're really not that eager. But if you say, what can I do to help, help this community move forward? That means you're taking responsibility on yourself to help this community move forward with the decisions that the leadership has decided to do. In other words, they've accepted Nityananda Prabhu's, we try to change it to retirement, but then somebody says devotees don't retire, they just change services. And so we decided the resignation is okay. And so this is what we're doing. And we will have that celebration in Mathuranath, and Mathuranath and the temple council will make an, and of course they'll put that out on the program. And you're not allowed to be out of town that day. Yeah. You can't say I have an outside preaching engagement. Yeah. So that's all I really have to say. That it's amenable. Is that the right how to say that word? Yeah. Amenable. No, amicable. In other words, everything was done in good spirits. It was very. Yeah. I say things backwards. Huh? Amicable. Amicable. Yeah. Yeah. British and American say it a little different. Yeah. And North Dakota didn't say it even different than that. So yes, please, everyone, approach the temple council, approach each other. What can we do as a team to make this really work? And really, really, as Nityananda always says in his, what would you say, effervescent descriptions of everything that's happening, that the community will flourish and it'll prosper, it'll explode. I don't remember all the words he uses. Some of the devotees, we all know how it goes. And yes, please be a participant. And if some people want to say this happened and that happened, this is what really happened. And if you want to know what really happened, this is what really happened. And if somebody wants to contradict that, and tell them to come and see me. And I got Ratish, I got Nishinga Rupa, and we'll lay it straight. We'll lay it straight. And my weapons, my assistants. So okay, Nityananda Prabhu. And thank you all very much for attending, even those online. I don't know how many we have. But Nityananda will field questions if there's any questions, or I can... Yeah, please. Yeah, the glorifications will be... The glorifications can be reserved for the celebration. But you can just kind of like say, we really appreciate you, Nityananda, and then we can go on from there.
Okay, so I'm going to ask on behalf of everybody here, the big question. Yes. Drum roll? Yes. Who's going to be the next temple president?
I asked you the other day in the temple room.
And you told me.
He was the first one that asked me, and I said, the job is open, please take it up. TBA, to be announced. It's a search that's being done by what do you call it? We're research. Yes. We're researching. Nityananda Prabhu is part of that decision-making progress. He's still part. Technically, he's kind of still part of the council, and the council will take applications or just put everybody's name on the board and throw a dart, and wherever it lands, that's who the temple president. And we're going to have Sam's name up there too. We're going to have Atul's name up there. We're going to have Raitika's name up there. And we take bribes to take the names. Yeah, so that's what's going to happen. The big question is TBA, to be announced. And they will be trained up by the council and by Nityananda Prabhu. He's agreed to give full training. We have different temple presidents around America that are very successful in what they're doing, and from the ones that we've contacted, they're very appreciative, are very willing and ready and willing to give whatever guidance they need to the new person that takes charge. And with all your blessings and all your support, and all you asking, what can I do to make your new presidency successful? I'm willing to do, that will make it work. That's the answer to the question. Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Yeah. Are you ready to do it, Arjun? Are you ready to be the temple president? Should we put your name on the list? This isn't politics, this is management. Politics is that.
Politics. Management, politics.
No.
All of that. All of that stuff.
I can send you an article written by His Grace Burjan Prabhu that describes management versus politics, and you will be defeated within that article. Please.
Nonetheless, that was my instruction.
Yeah. Yes, and so I'm giving you instruction that management isn't politics. That's what we need. Okay, we're not going to harass.
One of the things was when we spoke to the temple council, we agreed that I will be around in the sense, continue to be the official temple president until the end of August, just so that it doesn't look like there's no temple president, It's like that. Because sometimes temple president needs to sign on certain documents, this, that, and the other. But I told them, yes, on one condition, that I'm not the decision maker, though. You guys make the decision. You're very capable. You please make the decision and you tell me, and I'll just sign on the dotted line. That's basically what it is. Of course, hoping that it's nothing controversial that I have to sign. Not that I think it'll happen. That's not going to happen. But point is that that's how we're doing it. So, and then it also puts a little bit of a, you might say, a pressure to find somebody quickly. That way, so that it sort of, it makes people think, okay, let's find somebody. Let's really get somebody here so that, we have the right person and everybody's happy and we're off on our merry way again, type stuff. Thank you. Anybody else has a...
Two.
Yes.
Microphone for two.
Hare Krishna.
Hare.
I know we're not meant to glorify, but I do want to express sincere gratitude for the leadership and the love you have showered on all of us and brought us together. I wrote it in a message. But my question to Maharaj and to you is there a possibility or a role that you might be open to, which, in some institutions it's called like an emeritus. And from a selfish point of view, I think...
Can you turn that part of the microphone down? And don't put your hand in it because it makes it worse.
I'm just waiting till...
Yeah, thank you.
From a selfish as in for the community point of view, I feel we've made so much advancement in our public persona, public perception. And, again, without just flattering you, you've been a major part of that. The recent TV coverage is all testimony to that. I think there is a real need, and I'm not saying there will not be a successor, there'll be plenty of people that can eventually step up. But some kind of extended transition period in which, you are still the go-to ambassador, and what title that is, I'll leave it to higher authorities to figure out. But universities, institutions, corporations often have something like a chairman emeritus, president emeritus. So just something to consider, Maharaj and Nityananda Prabhu, and thank you again.
Thank you.
We can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
Again, when we have the new temple president come in, these are things that the new temple president has to think about. And all of you are there. We're all there to advise the temple president. And so then the decision can be made, that happens. That's one thing. The public persona is one thing, but the community persona is the other part, because sometimes we have to make decisions that are very difficult, and it's wrong for us to put all the decisions on our Maharajas, and then they have to wear that decision, It's best to try and deal with it ourselves, and only go to the Maharajas for exceptional situations where, in the meantime, we take advice from them anyway. But one way to do that is to also have like a Brahminical council. The older devotees form a small group that when the temple president has got a difficult issue to deal with, he or she can talk to the Brahminical council and say, we got this issue, can you guys talk to the people and the devotees and work this out? And they can work it out. That way it's neutral, everybody's happy, the Brahmins love everybody and everybody loves the Brahmins. So it sort of like works out better. So it's both sides, internal and external. I'm a little more concerned about the internal than the external, because unless the internal is fine, external is pointless, No point trying to convince anybody outside we're good if we're not good, We're having issues, that type of stuff. Thank you.
Microphone?
Hare Krishna.
And I have to commend you on the services that you've performed here.
Can you start
I've
again? Can you start again from the beginning?
Nityananda Prabhu. Haribol, Hare Krishna. I'm piggybacking on the fact that you've done some really tremendous things here. And I've been different places and I've seen different things. And I have to say there have been some positive moves that have been made. But with the understanding that we're very much not attached to the material environment, as they usually do when there is a president that takes a different position, does the temple council, the temple board change also?
Good question. We really don't need to do that because of the fact that continuity is very, very important, and also there will be people who will join the temple board for sure, because I know I won't be there on the board, and there may be others who may decide I'm also getting a little old or whatever the reason is. They may also decide that, we want to move on to some other service. So yes, there will be new members joining the board like that, and we will be very mindful that whoever joins the board is who oversees the temple council is who runs the temple. And so, and same with the temple council. People will join the temple council. Now is the opportunity for us to talk about it and make it happen in a way that people feel like we've got a board and a temple council that we know, like, and trust. They say these are the three words they use. They know, like, and trust. So that then things work more collegially amongst the community members, right? So these are issues that are going to be traversed. And as you know, Nrsimharupa Prabhu was sitting, because you were sitting there, I thought, where do you go? I said, yeah. He's doing this program that I think you're part of as well, called Appreciative Inquiry. And in that, these type of issues are actually being looked at. We have a group that's headed by Dharma Prabhu that looks after leadership. What's the other words for it? Leadership, and then mentorship, something else is another word, I think. Succession, yeah. So those things are, and I think anybody who has any interest in any of these things should join the group. Please, Nrsimharupa Prabhu is going to be, we're going to be a Sunday program where we're going to talk about how far each group has gotten, and then we'll be asking all of you and the congregation, if you'd like to join the group, if you have any interest in these issues, please join the group and then help us come up with the best possible improvements that'll make our community go next level, like that. That's the idea behind it. And so yes, very much. So thank you very much, yes. There's lots of room for improvement. There's no two ways about it. And I think in Kali Yuga, there will always be lots of room for improvement. It's just the nature of Kali Yuga, the differences of opinion, and we tend to become so focused on the differences, we forget the similarities, that we have. And it happens to all of us, by the way. I'm not talking about you or me. I'm talking about all of us. It happens to everyone, So that'll be happening, yes. Thank you very much, bro. Very good point. Anybody else? Anything? Yes, Jeremy, where's the mic? Oh, good. There you go.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So I have two questions. The first question is, during your presidency, what was some of the main responsibilities that you had? And then number two, how much time did you have to allocate towards your duties in this role?
Right. Good, very good questions. First, in terms of the duties, the way Hare Krishna has developed is really interesting. The first set of temple presidents who came with Hare Krishna literally were known as the father of the community, the representative of the deities, the representative of Srila Prabhupada, and they were responsible for everything. You know, you had to just be responsible for everything. Make sure everything was working, and you were like everything, morning to evening, 7 days a week. Then when we came in, we're like the second generation, you might say in some ways, although we're not. We're like a 1.5 generation. Sometimes they call us the lost generation, We're sort of stuck in the middle somewhere. It's the Prabhupada disciples and the young devotees, the middle ones are like the lost generation. In fact, they're even called the lost generation. So we, the temple presidents who came in, became a quasi, we started becoming a little more professional. And so one thing that I did was, when I became temple president, I was asked to wait for 2 years because, I was a new temple president, old community, and then sort of start becoming a little more assertive. But then my spiritual master left, I was told to wait another 4 years. And so, but I didn't wait another 4, I waited 3. But after that, what I did was, with the intelligence, some of our great devotees here, one of them was Dharma Prabhu. We sat in his house to try and talk about this, and we charted that we should have 15 vice presidents in Dallas, so that each department that we had a vice president, and that way each department was taken care of so nicely by that vice president and given the autonomy to take care of it. The temple president's role was just to sort of like, keep it cohesive. And other than that, do nothing else, But it just turned out that 15 was not possible. But with his inspiration, I actually appointed 10 vice presidents. At that time, we started with 10. It's not 10 now. It's about 8 now. But we started with 10. And then because it was 10, less than 15, I took the role, 2 roles. I took the role of PR, public relations, and the legal issues that had to be dealt with. And then, of course, as temple president, like the person who just, is like the person who's like the glue that keeps it together. So if one vice president, another vice president have a little difficulty in terms of their services, we can work it out between one another. Then I gave them a lot of autonomy. And as a result, now these vice presidents have become so capable, of running. Any one of them can run this temple very nicely. That's how it worked out. Now, the way it's going is a little different. The way it's going now is we've formed a GBC college. And devotees who would like to take a role as a manager would need to go through that college and get certification. Because now ISKCON wants to certify all their leaders, And that includes even spiritual masters. You cannot become a spiritual master unless you've done Bhakti Sastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, and Bhakti Sarvabhaum, I think they call it now. You were early, you got grandfathered in. And I was early, I got grandfathered in. But now you have to go through those degrees to become a spiritual master. You see what I'm saying? Which is good, right? I mean, you get proper training, you get to learn what it is, and the ones who are spiritual masters can share their experience. That way what happens? Less accidents happen in terms of relationships and process, right? So, because you're such an intelligent person and in your university how these things are already prevalent, right? They already require these things. You cannot have a position at the university without those things. So similarly in ISKCON it's going to happen, but right now we're not all there yet. So some of the candidates we're thinking of, we know that they will also do the GBC college at some point. They're not required to, because right now the process is so much in its formative stage that we can't force every person to have gone through the certification process. But what does happen is, those who are certified and those of us who are grandfathered will consider whether they do have the qualifications without the certification. And if they have the qualification, we would then allow them to be like a temple president or what they call a zonal supervisor or GBC or the GDO called Global Duty Officer. These are new terms that are coming up have already come up and are now in operation in ISKCON. I hope that answers. Now, in terms of how many hours, well, my style was different. I was like just accessible. So I had very odd hours, really very odd hours. But we're hoping that the next temple president doesn't do it that way, has more sense than I had, and will structure the hours and say on Mondays from this time to this time I'll do this. And so what happens is they have time for the temple, they have time for their preaching, they have time for their, if the temple is not covering enough in terms of taking care of their livelihood, and most importantly, taking care of your family. We're now very, very concerned that families must be happy. If you don't have happy families, you're not going to have happy devotees. If you don't have happy devotees, you're not going to have happy deities. If you don't have happy deities, then game over. That's basically how it works. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Other points or questions? Anybody?
Anything online, Sheikh Room?
Oh yeah, online? Can you ask those who are online? No questions, right?
Look how old I am. Look how old I am.
Nobody? Okay, great. Well, I think, we spent a good amount of time, just Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu just walked in. Haribol, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu. We just asked if anybody had any questions, and if you had any, you can ask them. But,
He hasn't heard all the other questions.
he hasn't heard all the other questions. But anyway, if you had,
We
you
can
came,
discuss.
so you might have had some questions or
We
something.
can discuss some time.
And we can always discuss another time as well. Did you have any question? You don't know yet. Okay, great. So basic. We're just talking about, why the resignation happened, why I resigned, and how we're doing this, how we're moving forward for the next temple president, like that. So that's what we spoke about. Thank you. And we'll talk anyway. You're a very important member of our community, and you're starting a new community up in El Paso, and hats off to you, because that's not an easy task, starting a new community like that. Okay. Sorry about that.
Thank you for not being on social media.
Yeah, that's have to be nowadays on social media. So anyway, we had planned to go for 1 hour or so, and we did. I think we just passed that 1 hour right now.
Yes.
Thank you all very, very much. Vanchakalpa, Turubhischa, Kripasindubhya Ivacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo. Jai. Jai, Vrittadhwaja Swami Maharaj ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki jai, Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Jai, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Jai.
Hare Krishna. आराधना नित्य नाना सिंगार तन्मंदिर मार्जना प्रभु तस्य भक्तांश्च निजं यतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधा श्रीभगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्न तृतीयान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृतीयैव तृतीयं भजतो सदैव वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् संसारदावाननीलोकान् प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनात्यम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् तीक्षण स्वादननुपश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिलोकाम् प्रणाय कारुण्य घनाघनात्यम् सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनारतिकैलिसिद्धै गजनिर्विद्युतिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनारतिकैलिसिद्धै गजनिर्विद्युतिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिवल्लभश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् अक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः वृत्तस्तथा भापतैव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुर्य प्रिय एव तश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिलोकाम् प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनात्यम् अक्षस्य कल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादम् यस्य प्रसादात् न व्यतिच्युतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादम् नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्य सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् माया जवनिकाच्छन्य मज्ञाधोक्षजमव्ययम् न लक्ष्यसे मूढदृश्या नटो नाट्यधर्म यथा तथा परमहंसानां मुनीनाम् अमलात्मनां तथा परमहंसानां मुनीनाम् अमलात्मनां भक्तियोगविधानार्थं कथं पश्येम हि स्त्रियं नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याज्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविंदाय नमो नमः नमः पंकजनाभाय नमः पंकजमालिने नमः पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रये नमस्ते पुरुषं चाद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् यथा ऋषिकेशं खलेन देवकी कंसेन रुध्याति चिरं सुचार्पितां विमोचिता हञ्च सहात्मजा विभो तयैव नाथेन मोहो विपद्गणाम् विषाणमहाग्ने पुरुषाददर्शन विषाणमहाग्ने पुरुषाददर्शनम् असत्सभाया वनवास कृच्छतम् रथास्ततो मेघेनेकमहारथास्त्रतुम् मृधेनेकमहारथास्त्रतुम् द्रौणस्त्रतोश्चास्म हरेभिरक्षिता मृधेनेकमहारथास्ततो द्रौणस्ततोश्चास्म हरेभिरक्षिता नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् विपदः सन्तु तासस्य तत्र तत्र जगद्गुरु भवतद्दर्शनज्ञ स्यात् अपुनर्भवदर्शनम् जन्मैर्निषज्जसुतस्त्रीभिः रेधमानमदापुमान् नैवार्हता विधातुं वै कामकिञ्चन गोचरम् नमस्ते पुरुषश्चाद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिर्नमस्कृतम् नमो किञ्चन वित्ताय निर्वृत्या गुणवित्तये आत्मारामाय शान्ताय कैवल्यपतये नमः नमस्ते पुरुषसाध्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् मन्येतां कालमीशानम् अनादिनिधनं विभुम् समं चरन्तं सर्वस्य भूतानां जन्मिथः कलिः न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितं न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितं तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनम् तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनम् न यस्य कश्चित् दयितोऽस्ति कर्हिषि देशश्च यस्मिन् विषमामति नृणाम् Janma karma cha vishyatman Janma karma cha vishyatman Najasya katuratmanaham Tijjangni shishu jadasu Tadattanta virambanam Janma karma cha vishyatman Najasya katuratmanaham Tijjangni shishu jadasu Tadantanta virambanam Namaste Purushattadam Isharam Pradite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antadbahiravastitam Namaste Purushattadam Isharam Pradite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antadbahiravastitam Gopyadadetai Kritagasidam tavam Jate dasasru kanilan Janasambhramaksham Gopyadadetai Kritagad Maya bhavunaya sthitasya Samang vimohayati rapitad viheti Bhaksrang nimiya bhavanaya sthitasya Samang vimohayati rapitad viheti Namaste Purushattadam Isharam Prakite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antadbahiravastitam Namaste Purusham Tadyam Namaste Purushattadam Isharam Prakite Param Alakshya Sarvabhutanam Antadbahiravastitam Kechidahurajam jatam Punna slokasya kitaye Yada priya shanavaye malaya seva chandanam Kechidahurajam jatam punna slokasya kitaye Yado priya shanavaye malaya seva chandanam Apare vasudevasam devakyang jachito bhagat ajastamasya chimaya bandhaya cha suradvisham haravataranayanni bhuvo nabhivo dadhau sirantya bhuri bharena Jato yatma bhuyarthitam Bhavesmim krishamananam avidya kama karvamshi Savana smaranarhani karishan nikitechana Namaste Purushattadam Isharam Pradite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antadvahiravastitam चिन्नन्ति गायन्ति गिनन्तभीक्ष्णसा चिन्नन्ति गायन्ति चिन्नन्ति गायन्ति गिनन्तभीक्ष्णसा स्मरन्ति नन्दन्ति तवेहितं जनः तयेव पश्यन्तचिरेण तावकं भवप्रवाहो परमं पदाम्बुजम् तयेव पश्यन्तचिरेण तावकं भवप्रवाहो परमं पदाम्बुजम् अपादनस्तं सकिते हितप्रभो जिहासशीषि स्वेदो जीविना येषां न चान्यं भवतः पदाम्बुज परायणो राजसु योजितां हसम् अपादनस्तं सकिते हितप्रभो जिहासशीषि सुहृदो जीविना येषां न चान्यं भवतो पदाम्बुज परायणं राजसुयोजितां हसम् केवलं नामरूपाभ्यां यदुभीः पाण्डवा भवतो दर्शनं ज्योतिषि ऋषिकाणां निवेशितो नेयं सविष्यते तत्र यथेदानीं गदाधरम् तत्पादैरङ्किता भाति सलक्षणा विलक्षते इमे जनपदा स्मिद्ध्यां सुपक्वौषधिभिरुधां वनाद्रि नद्दुदन्तं भेदन्ते तव वीक्षिताम् अथो विशेष विश्वात्मन् विश्वामुत्ते सकेषु मे स्नेहोपासमिमां छिद्धि वीरं पाण्डुषु वृष्णिषु तयि मे नन्ना विषया मथुर्मधुपते सखी रतिमोद्वहता दध्या गंगोवौ गामुदन्नति श्रीकृष्ण कृष्ण सखा वृष्ण स्वभावनिध्रू ग्राजन्नवंश दहना नपवर्गबीजम् गोविन्दं गोदिरासुरार्थिया हरावतार योगेश्वराखिलगुरो भगवन् नमस्ते श्रीकृष्ण कृष्ण सखा विष्णु स्वभावनिध्रू राजन्नवंश दहना नपवर्गबीजम् गोविन्दं गोदिजसुरार्ची हरावतारं योगेश्वर अखिलगुणो भगवन् नमस्ते नमस्ते पुरुषं ताद्यं ईशनं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्यां सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यम् ईश ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकीनन्दनाय च कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकीनन्दनाय च नन्दगोपकुमाराय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः नमो पङ्कजनाभाय नमः पङ्कजमालिने नमः पङ्कजनेत्राय नमस्ते पङ्कजाङ्घ्रे नमो पङ्कजनाभाय नमः पङ्कजमालिने नमो पङ्कजनेत्राय नमस्ते पङ्कजाङ्घ्रे नमस्ते पुरुषस्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् अधिकार पकयन विविध व्यंजना अधिकार पकयन विविध व्यंजना परमानंद करे न जान परमानंद कृष्ण करे न भजन भजवत गौर हरि कहि दोष बिहारी गौर हरि कहि दोष बिहारी नंद जस मति जीतवनी भजवत गौर हरि भजवत भोजनन्ते प्रिय कृष्ण सुभाषित भारी भोजनन्ते हे कृष्ण सुभाषित भारी बलदेव सखा वशिष्ठादि भारी बलदेव सखा वशिष्ठादि भज भक्त गौर हरि सहि दोष बिहारी गौर हरि दोष बिहारी जग जान मन लोभा गौरांगेरा रति शोभा जग जान मन लोभा गौरांगेरा रति शोभा जग जन मन लोभा विवाद निकाय हमें दादा विवाद निकाय हमें दादा Advaita Prabhu
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Chant, chant, sing, sing in the holy name. Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Let me sing. Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasovai Gaura Chande Arati Kasovai Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kasovai Gaura Chande Arati Kasovai Janavi Tatavani Jagamana Lavai Janavi Tatavani Jagamana Lavai Janavi Tatavani Jagamana Lavai Jaki Nita Chan Vame Hagaradara Nita Chan Vame Hagaradara Jaki Nita Chan Vame Hagaradara Nikate Advaita Shini Vasa Chattadara Te Advaita Nikate Advaita Shini Vasa Chattadara Nikate Advaita Shini Gauranga Nagadara Poiyate Gaurachan Rata Hasimasane Iyate Gaurachan Rata Hasimasane Poiyate Gaurachan Rata Hasimasane Aroti Karene Brahma Ati Devagane Karene Brahma Ate Devagane Aroti Karene Brahma Ate Devagane Aroti Karene Ate Devagane Nara Hari Hari Kare Chamara Durala Nara Hari Hari Kare Chamara Durala Sanjaya baje karatanga hanga baje kanta baje baje karatanga madhuya mein danga baje 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 tarasa baje baje karatanga madhuya mein danga baje baje paramarasala Medanga baje pare harasana nitya gaura hariva 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 nitya gaura hariva nitya gaura hariva 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 nitya gaura hariva Bahu koti chanda jini vanada dudvala Oh koti chanda jini vadana yudvala Bahu koti chanda jini vadana yudvala Dala dese Vannamala Kori Jannamala Dala dese Vannamala Kori Jannamala Shiva Sukha Narajar Preme Gajagada Shiva Kanarada Venega Jagada Venega Jagada Baka Vinora Deke Goraya Sampada Vida Ora Deke Goraya Sampada Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chandera Roti Kasobai Arati Kasabai Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Oh Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Shri Radhe. Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Shriya Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath Jagannath Baladev Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Chota Radha Kalachandji Chota Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Chota Radha Chandji Jaya Radha Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai. Nitai Gaura Hariva 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 Nitai Gaura Hariva 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 Nitai Gaura Hariva. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol.
Namo Vishnupada Paramhansa Parvichakacharya Sotarasi Srimad Kise Vaingre Saisi Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jaya Om Vishnupada Paramhansa Parvichakacharya Sotarasi Srimad Kise Vaingre Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj ki ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्यामकुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की नवद्वीप धाम की श्री जय श्री जय गंगा मई की जय यमुना मई की जय तुलसी देवी की जय भक्त वृंद समवेत भक्त वृंद की जय. And then there is one more. Okay. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga.
Chant and string of prayer. The kids. One of you kids want to chant and string of prayer?
Hare Krishna. Namaste Narasingaya. Praladaladarayine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Silatankanakalaye. Ito narsingo parato narsingo. Yato yato yamitato narsingo. Bahir narsingo hridaye narsingo. Narasimhamadim sharanam prapaje. Tava kara kamalavare nakhamadbhuta shringam. Dalita hiranyakashipu tanubringam. Keshavadhrita narahari rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Avakara Kamala. Keshavadrita narahari rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jaya Narsinga Dev, Jaya Narsinga Dev, Jaya Narsinga Dev, Jaya Narsinga Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय, भक्त प्रहलाद की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। So for newcomers, there will be prasadam served outside in the prasadam hall here, across the faucet here. So if you go make a left here, there is prasadam being served out for newcomers. Hare Krishna.
It's closed now because they are going to change the TV. They're open again at 40 away, right? At 8? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. And I think we should take a picture of you not supposed to. Yeah, you can take pictures. Oh, okay. Radhe Radhe. You from Vrindavan? We from Vrindavan, India. Radhe Radhe. You from Vrindavan? We are from India, not from Vrindavan, but we are from a different state. But we have. First time in Islam? So you traveling from India or you? No, we have been here, but we have been traveling from Frisco. In Dallas or? In Frisco. Very nice. So tomorrow night there is a Sunday feast. Okay. It starts at 5:30 with the class. They give a class from 5:30 to 6:30. Then there is kirtan and arti. Okay. And then the feast of Prasadam. Okay. So very nice. Lots of many. Yeah, we'll definitely try. It's too late for you tonight. You can go back tomorrow. But if you want to stay, that's fine. Okay. So it would take an hour to get
Yeah.
Because
And you know, the restaurant is here
what
also.
happened is they change their time for even so in a restaurant on Prasadam on the phone. Sure. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna. What is your good name? My name is Ankur. Ankur. Ankur? Ankur. Ankur.
Ankur.
No.
A-N-K-U-R.
With a K. K. Yeah.
Ankur.
Yeah.
Neha.
Okay. And your daughters?
Both are my daughters. Yes.
Ashvi?
Oh,
Nadia. Oh, really nice meeting you.
we came here first time.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
It's very beautiful.
Radhe Radhe. Yeah, Hare Krishna. If you need anything, let us know. Yeah, sure. Okay. You took Charita Mitra? Okay, yeah. Here, I can wash your hand. I mean, I can. This is in my pocket. It's been taped, so it folds. But can you close it from there? Okay, because I don't know.
And there's no switch there, is there?
I'm looking.
Mic 2? Try.
Okay, there.
Yeah. Beautiful. Let's have some turn later. I'll explain. Playing 5,000 everyone chance on.
What happened was there's a girl next to me.
Krishna, Hare Krishna. I know they do it backwards. They do that. A lot of the personal groups, my life groups chant. They were doing. Don't you remember when we went to some of those sanghas? I think the one in also in San Miguel at that house, they chanted backwards.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Kanapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Priya Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nemar Karam Pujito Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Vahan Tarak Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalaka Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Bhagavata Krishna Kirtana Gana Kirtana Gana Natana Param Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antaraka Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Bhagavata Vicharanai Kalipana Sadharma Samasthapak Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Mannam Sarana Karo विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकर विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकर श्री चैतन्य कृपाबरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकर विचारणैकनिपुनं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकर राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिकर वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्री कीर्तन गान नतल परौ प्रेम मनिधि पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं शास्त्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् परिवारम परिजना सहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवम् श्री राधा कृष्ण पादान सगन ललिता श्री विशाखान्तं च नमो विष्णु पादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धान्ता सरस्वती श्रीवांशभानवी देवी रहिताय कृपाभनि कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञानम दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्यज्जन प्रमाढ्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिदा नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगविरुद्धापय सिद्धान्त्य धन्त हारिणी नमो गौरकृष्णाय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विठ्ठलं नरश्यामोधे पादाम्भोजाय ते नमः भक्ति विनदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिने गौरशक्ति सर्वभाज रूपानंद मरायते गौरयाविर्भावभूमिश्चं निद्यष्ट्या सज्जना प्रिया वैष्णवा सार्वभौमश्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः कल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदानाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णा Krishna Chaitanya Namni Gauratise Namaha Pancha Tatyatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Sarupakam Bhaktyavataram Bhaktyakhyan Bhakta Sakti Upatam He Krishna Karuna Sindho Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastuti Jayatang Suratau Pangang Mama Mandar Mate Gati Matsarvasya Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohana Divya Vindhyaranna Kalpa Gramadha Srimadratna Gada Singhasanastho Sisi Radha Sira Govinda Deva Vashkaviti Sevamano Smarami Sriman Rasarasarambi Vamsi Vata Tata Sitaham Karsan Bhenu Sanai Gopi Gopi Mata Siye Sunaram Sapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Kripabhan Sute Devi Pranamami Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna